Good evening, welcome in. Just going to put the mic on. Welcome in, everyone. Everything looks like it's working from my end. Hopefully you can hear me. Good evening, Michael. Good evening, Beauty Love Creative. Evening, Lone. And welcome, Snowflake. Thanks very much, Michael. And thanks very much, Beauty. So at least I know you can hear me. I've taken the wind protector off the mic, which might well help a bit with the sound as well. Welcome to the garden. We are doing a hedgehog watch along or not along, depending whether we see anything. It's a little bit early. I've just got to run the hose pipe around the pots. I watered the whole garden this morning, but I just want to top up the pots, so that's what I'm going to do now. So that'll take me 5 minutes wandering around. Say hello to anyone else who comes into the chat. I shall waffle on to myself while I'm doing that. And I'll come back and talk to you in a moment in the chat. I'll give you a wave as I go around the garden. This won't take long. As I say, I did most of it this morning. And it's been very windy here today, but it hasn't been overly hot, which has been good. So it's just oh. Hello, everyone. Anyone new to the garden? I might lose. You might lose the mic in a sec while I just water the bottom here, but hopefully you can still hear me. Do 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 do. Actually, the stuff I watered this morning doesn't look too bad. So, just gonna, yeah, I can still see some of the dampness from this morning, so that's good. So this is just a simple little top up of everything. Do the strawberries. Do our hanging baskets next. It's these baskets and troughs just in front that really struggle in the wind and the rain. The wind and the rain. We had only rain for 6 weeks, but 6, 7 weeks now. The wind and the sun. I'm just going to give some extra water to the plants we did yesterday. But they look pretty. They look pretty good from this morning anyway. Still, so I think where the wind hasn't got actually to the soil, I haven't dried it out too much today. Good. Just top those up. Top those up. Some water to that. Give some water to that. Do 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 do. So what happens? You end up talking to yourself when you're doing this. Yeah, I can see the bits of water this morning. I did very heavy watering this morning, probably a couple of hours. We'll give, that's looking a bit sorry for itself, so we'll give that some water. I'll give those geraniums some water. The dianthus there can do with it. Cosmos there. Yeah, go for that one. And that's the potentilla, just top up. And that one's looking a bit sorry for itself as well, so that can have a bit of water as well. So all this will get watered in the morning again anyway. And that one, just give that a little bit as well. I think that's probably about all I'm going to do. So the garden gets its main watering in the morning, and so the grass is totally dead. Just going to turn the hose off. And I'll come and say hello to people. No, I've done that. Good evening. Let's see if anyone else has arrived. I was doing that. Oh. So see who's coming while I was doing all that exciting watering. Is it? I'll just read through the comments. Is it really hot in the UK? It has been. It's not been too bad the last few days here. It's going to get warmer tomorrow. Hello, Ali. Hello, two women. Yeah, it's a nice evening. There's a bit of a breeze. It's not too hot. It's absolutely lovely. I'll just go through Twitch, see what's happened on Twitch. Thanks, Michael, for the 10 stream streak. Yeah, Michael's saying it looks kind of stormy. Yeah, if you see that stuff you can see in the background has actually gone over the top of here. I think we've had about 4 or 5 little drops of rain in the last 24 hours. But I think I've just lost track of when it last properly rained here. We've had a couple of thunderstorms, but when the last proper wet day was probably 7 weeks ago, 6, 7 weeks ago. So everything is just struggling. It is because it's just so dry. Hello, Aeons. I don't know what you typed in, but you got. Oh, hello, geeky broken hoodie. Sorry about that. I don't know what. Well, it's obviously too many caps, but I don't know what he's doing there because he seemed to time you out for 17 seconds. That seems a very odd number to me. It's not the number I set, but it will. I don't know what's happening. I know I've been modding this afternoon for another streamer, and they were having 1 or 2 issues with stream elements. 17 seconds is not something I've ever put in, so I'll have to go back and check that later. But thanks for testing that anyway. To see what these messages are. It's probably just Discord telling me that I've gone live. So yeah, apologies for that. It's just stream elements. I haven't got a clue. And when you do set the, it's the same on YouTube as well. When you set stream elements up and you tell it you want so many characters, half the time it just ignores you anyway. So it has a mind of its own at times. But welcome in. We are, I would say, anyone who's come in the last few minutes, I've just watered the pots that I needed to. So the garden gets its full water in the morning, generally about 6 or 7 in the morning. And I probably spent about an hour and a half this morning watering the garden. It had a really good soak. I tend to give it a soak every 2 or 3 days, and then just, you know, spot water places that need it in between. The anyone who was here yesterday, not a lot's really changed in 24 hours. Couple of technical things. Anyone who was here yesterday and previous streams where we've had the pixelating on the camera, after an hour, I think I've resolved that now. I've done extensive research, and my theory about heat is looks like it was correct. So I've changed a couple of things. So I think we should be better. Except, why is that doing that? Right, that shouldn't be doing. Sorry, just noticed something I set on the camera isn't doing that on the camera. Obviously, the tech has got a mind of its own. So hang on. Let's just see if I can actually do this. Oh no, it won't let me do it. Okay, fair enough. That's not cooperating with me either. Just hope we have more luck with the hedgehogs. This is a cooler evening, so hopefully we won't get the pixelating. We actually have, I should really explain what the purpose of what we're trying to do is. When we did our stream last Wednesday, about half an hour after the end of the stream, we're sat in the conservatory at the moment, which is behind the camera. So you're seeing exactly what I'm seeing. I was just sat here watching the channel we'd raided into, and I noticed something walk past the window here. And I thought initially, oh, it's a rat or something, but it wasn't. It was a hedgehog that walked past here, and they went into the flower bed directly below right of where you are. So I went out, got the camera ready to try to film it, and it scuttled off. It did by the time I did that. So I thought I'll just sit outside for a couple of minutes, give it a chance, see if it settles down. And then behind me there was another hedgehog on the side drive, scuttling around there. But it saw me and then scuttled off into the bushes there. So I know there are at least 2 hedgehogs in the garden this year. Now I would expect the hedgehogs to start to appear usually sort of dusk, just as it's starting to go dark. You sometimes see them wandering around late at night here, but most of the times I've ever seen them, it's been that sort of dusky, just starting to turn dark time. Now where they're actually living at the moment is anyone's guess. And the fact there are 2 of them makes me think they're probably this year's babies. Because I think hedgehogs are generally solitary, but I'm sure Lone can find that out. Might as well give Lone something to do. So hopefully, give it sort of 30 minutes, we might start actually doing some significant hedgehog hunting. Yeah, I don't think there is. Some lovely kids walking up the street. Dear mate, the youth of today. I'm just going to try to do something for YouTube, if I can do it. But in any case, while I'm trying to do that for YouTube, I did see you message Ali. And I could probably do that for you, Ali, if it allows me to change it while we're live. So I'm going to try to do that in a moment. Anyone over on Twitch, there are some emotes over on Twitch which you can get basically by if you're watching for an hour, you'll get a hedgehog emote to use, and also if you sub or gift a sub, you will get a purple. You'll get a hedgehog on a purple background. So there are hedgehogs available as drops tonight, and in fact they'll be available. I think I've set it to be available on Sunday's stream as well. So you can gain a hedgehog by watching. So at least Twitch will get a hedgehog, even if we don't actually see one. I'm just going to try. Let me close that out. Hello, Ali. I mean, admittedly, you could use like Ali has and Loans use the general hedgehog emote. But I'm just going to try to go into my studio, my YouTube studio, and see if I can change one of the emotes. I don't know whether I can actually do this live or not. Let me see whether I can actually do it live or not. I think it's in that one, if I remember correctly. And I think it's in that one. I think this sort of, it's on MB. The problem with YouTube is that I can only do new emotes for members over on YouTube. Let me just see if I can actually, it allows me to do that. Oh, yeah, it looks like I possibly can. Hang on, let's just see if it allows me place that image. And we'll try that one, see if it will work. Hopefully, assuming you haven't managed to disconnect everyone in YouTube. Let me just refresh that. Refresh the chat. Yeah, anyone who is a member on YouTube, if you refresh the stream and then look in your the little emoji button in the chat line, you've got the same hedgehog there as Twitch will have for watching. So there you go. So it's a little perk for members over on YouTube. So if you're a member on YouTube, click on the little smiley face at the end of the chat box, and you'll find the channel emotes, and you'll find the hedgehog there, and that's the hedgehog anyone who watches Twitch will eventually end up with tonight. So you can do it live. So it's another perk for the huge amount you have to pay for a YouTube membership. Anyone who's got a YouTube membership, thank you very much. It is appreciated. We're not out to make millions of pounds on the channel, as you know, but it is appreciated. I'm just going to read through the comments while I've been playing with that. Oh yeah, Loans put in, hedgehogs are naturally solitary animals. They spend the vast majority of their lives living and hunting alone, relying entirely on themselves for survival. Yeah, which is why I was so surprised to see two, which made me think, well, are they siblings, or is it a pair that have fallen in love and following around each other? So I don't know. So let's go back into. So I've got two cameras set out tonight. I've got the camera you're looking at the moment, and I would expect if we see hedgehogs, we'll see them down here first. Somewhere down here, which is close to the house. See, that's where I'm sat, on the right hand side in the conservatory. And those the Crocosmia where the hedgehogs went to hide, where one of the hedgehogs went to hide, and it saw me. So we've got capability on this camera to pan around without actually having to go outside to pan. So I'm just going to go back to, let's come back out of that and give you a better, wider shot for the time being. Much is going to happen immediately. So we've got a fair amount of scope to play with stuff. Let's zoom in, and we'll zoom in on some flowers on that for the time being. So we do have some colour in the garden, but we have got a second camera. Let me just, it was working before. Let's just see if I can switch over. So this is a tray of water I've put out for the hedgehogs. So in fact the hedgehogs, I'll show you. The second hedgehog, because I was in that direction, hiding up there, but the second hedgehog was around here trying to sneak up behind me, and then when it saw me it scuttled off into there. So we've put a tray of water out for them. I'm not going to put food out for them because it'll just attract mice and rats, and to be honest the cats would love that, but I wouldn't. So we have capability of that. I can see that directly at the back door, so I've got a panoramic view if anything approaches, and we can switch between cameras. I don't know how good this camera is in the dark you're looking at. The main camera is fairly good, and we should be able to get well into dusk, possibly even semi-darkness with that. So we'll go back to the main camera for the time being. In fact, actually, what I might do, let's go multicam. Can we do that? Just technology. you go. So that's the two cameras we've got. So literally we just wait and see what happens. It's coming up just before 8 o'clock now. Officially sunsets at, I think, about 9:05 or something here tonight. So it'll start to, you can already start to see in the garden, it's starting to go fairly dim. As dusk comes in, we've got a number of solar lights, they'll start to come on. And it's about when they come on I would expect to see anything, if we're going to see it. We did run a Hedgehog Watch along last year, which was a complete success, the stream was, with the exception we didn't have a hedgehog. But people seem to enjoy it. I'll just go through. Good evening, Rabbit or Fox. I think for Rabbit or Fox, I think you can now understand why I wasn't in the other place earlier. But I hope that went okay. Yeah, I see the members over on YouTube have found the bespoke hedgehog. It's the same hedgehog you'll see on the channel. In fact, there's if anyone seen, I put a post out this morning. We now have a specific hedgehog with t-shirt with that on, available for our T-Mill store. So that went live today. White fuchsias. Oh yes, on the other picture, yeah, they're on the picture with the water, yeah, behind the chair, yeah, they're white fuchsias. That's fuchsia hawk's head. That's a hardy fuchsia. So in fact, let's. I'll try to zoom in for that. Hello, Christian over on YouTube. Good evening, Zab. And before Zab does it, hopefully it's working. But that's fine. Let's just double check that. It looks to me like the ice cream van is available tonight for Twitch viewers, but don't quote me on that. I've no. Also, and there we go. Zab's ordered up his ice cream. Hope you grabbed your ice cream quick before it drove off. Toilet brush salesman saying, "Where's the hedgehog? Am I pulling the leg again?" Well, like last year, we ran a hedgehog stream and we saw 0 hedgehogs. Then again, we ran a bird watching stream earlier this year and we saw 3 birds, 2 of which we missed on camera. So in an hour, we saw 1 bird. So, but for toilet brush salesman benefit, we had 2 in the garden the other night, about half an hour after we finished streaming. So. Feel free to use your emotes if you want to use your emotes. Yeah, Beauty Love Creative managed to grab an ice cream off the van as it went past by the looks of it. There's also an ice cream t-shirt as well available now over on our T-Mill store. So I haven't got the samples yet, so I don't quite know what the quality is. I should have the samples by the end of this week. So I might be able to wear an ice cream themed shirt for Sunday. Hello, Bazzy. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I think you understand why I wasn't there. I have already had to apologise to Rabbit or Fox. Hope it went okay though. Anyone coming in over on Twitch, there is a watch along badge. If you're here for an hour, you'll get a standard hedgehog emote to use on the channel, and if you get a sub or gift a sub, you'll get a hedgehog, the same hedgehog badge, but on a purple black. And I'll say on a purple background. Hello, Shara. Let me just. I could do some admin as well. Anyone coming in? The pixelating on the camera, I think I've solved the reason why it is overheating. So this is also a test run for the camera tonight. So we'll soon find out. Thanks for dropping in, Bazzy. Anyone who is into their crafting, especially the sort of knitting and the crochet side of crafting, that's Bazzy's. You can drop a follow there. Nice calm streams if you just want something on in the background. And relatively new to streaming as well, so even if you don't like the crafting, you can always show some support and some encouragement, and that's how we all learn on these channels. We'll learn from each other over time. So welcome in F22. What was oh yes, someone asked about Ali asked the white fuchsias. Let's just go back to the white fuchsias and some ads coming up shortly on Twitch. Transition that over. Yeah, the white fuchsias behind the chair. That's hawk's head. It's a hardy fuchsia, so it stays out all year. It's not like a summer fuchsia. It has tiny little white flowers. They're not totally white, they're slightly pinky, but they look white from a distance. Very, very tiny. If you just compare that, it's about the size of a finger. Very vigorous plant though. Of all the fuchsias I've got in the garden, this is the one that grows the most, and it's quite soft, and so it does need a bit of care in trimming it back. But that one there's been in about 5-6 years now, and I'll just trim it back as and when it needs it. So let's pull that back out. Don't think we really need to see a chair. Anyone wonders why we've got a camera looking at a chair? That's what we're really looking at, the black thing in the middle, which is a plant tray full of water, which I've put out for the hedgehogs. Okay. Take that off for the time being. Back to that shot. Welcome in, Wheels. Yeah, it is a classic chair. It's one I've had, well, I don't know. It's not classic in terms of years, but it's probably been around for, probably had it for about 15 years now. Occasionally gets oiled, but generally I'll bring in all the sort of garden furniture over winter so it stays well protected. Two women asking you the same about the chairs. The chair salvaged from the Titanic. Probably not. I can't even remember where it came from. It probably came from somewhere like B&Q or somewhere like that. I can't remember. So long ago. Anyone who's not in the UK, B&Q is a bit like Home Depot in the US and Canada. Did you get some long ads there, F22? Oh, you probably can't hear me because the ad break hasn't finished yet. Hope everyone enjoyed the ads. Thanks for putting up with it. We do run ad breaks here every 40 minutes rather than 30 minutes. So they are marginally longer, but over the hour it's exactly the same. But thanks for putting up with them. Not a lot I can really do about it. I hope you actually got an ad. If you got an ad on Twitch, I hope it actually was applicable to you. But admittedly, if you use your Prime sub on the channel, you'll get ad-free viewing on the channel, or you can actually sub to the channel. If you sub to the channel tonight or Sunday, when our next stream is going to be, you should get a purple hedgehog, well, a hedgehog on a purple background to use for on the channel. There's a benefit of that, plus all the other emotes. And it's surprising for how long the ads are. Your actual advert revenue is pretty minimal. Just seeing what else is coming. I know we've got a few new people here today. So while we're waiting for anything to turn up, and we've just had an ad break. Anyone on YouTube gets ads during the stream. Sorry about that. I have got it turned off, but YouTube seem to be ignoring that. Seem to be doing what they want. So, and I've got absolutely no control over that. What I'll do while we're waiting for a couple of minutes, because we've got some people new, I'll just introduce myself, and I'll show you a couple of the flowers in shot. And let me just see if I can do this. And then this will almost be like IRL, won't it? Go to that. Go in there. Blah, 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 blah. That's another stream opening. I don't want that. That's the stream. I've been modding on this afternoon. It's still going. And right, let's go for a wander for a few minutes. So, hello to anyone who's new to the channel. This is what a bear looks like. This is what a garden looks like. Northern England, near York. Pretty typical suburban garden. This is the main part at the back of the house. Then we've got a side driveway garden, and we've also got a front garden as well. We don't tend to stream very much from those. So this is what you see. So this is the main part here, and then through the square arch, we've got the greenhouse, veg patch, various pots, the fruit trees, general terrace. It's looking as tidy there as it's looked all year actually. So I'm just realising I've just been waving to you. I'm not even on screen. Professional. That's better. Okay, right. Let's try that again. Now I'm actually on screen. Hello. Usually I manage to cut my head off on the picture. So yeah. So anyone new, probably I can see what we're looking at because I can see it on here. I can't read all the chat though. That's disappointing. This is a new bed we did this year. New bed in the centre. Bed from last year. The bed down there is a combination of what was here originally and mainly stuff we did about 3 years ago. And then this is the arch I was talking about. This originally was 6 foot thick ivy when I came here. And then that's the bottom part, which you would have heard me waffling on about. Everything's very dry in this garden at the moment. So I am limited on distance we can go tonight. Let's see if we can go a little bit. So everyone hold on. Oop. Right. Last few weeks we've been looking at Crocosmia, which were the reddish flowers, and you can see they've all gone to seed. So those seed heads will be coming off as soon as I remember to do it. This is the bed that we did this year. I think we've got a gnome that's had a little bit too much to drink. Some nice fuchsias there. I think that's Magelica. Don't quote me. The hardy geranium Roxanne is closing up for the night. Go past the Lady Bacon. That's what. Let's try that one. That's what Cocosmia looks like normally. This is Montebretia, different variety to the Lucifer one that's just gone to seed already. Slightly different time period. Might as well get the. Oh, might as well get the Scabiosa in. Scabiosa Beaujolais, while it's still in flower. Now, let's see if it will focus. Focus. Why is it not focusing? Let's try that again. Not wholly impressive, that. This is the Fuchsia Lady Bougie, which anyone who's been here recently knows is probably my favourite plant in the garden. That's quite impressive like that, but this is. Oh, let's see. We'll try the new function for that. Twitch, clip that. We'll see if that actually works. That's another nice little flower, potentilla. It's growing up through the fuchsias. You can see that's. You see how many flowers are on Lady Booby at the moment. This is the ruffled hollyhock. And the flowers that have gone over will turn into the seed heads. Those seed heads, like that one there, that's a poppy seed head, which I'm leaving to go to seed so they spread. More geraniums there. We've got some English lavender. It's quite interesting, the bees aren't that busy at this time of night. There's another one there. Where's he going? I don't know why I'm whispering, it's a bee. I don't know, do bees have good hearing? Don't know. You can't complain you haven't seen any wildlife tonight. So they keep going round and round. First thing in the morning, these fuchsias are absolutely covered in bees. This is the salvia hot lips that we planted one of these yesterday. This is one that's established. And I think Lone put in, when I read through the comments, he put in information about the salvia, how it can change its colour. And let's try to focus on that. Where you can have the solid, on the same plant, on the same sort of stalk, you can have the solid reds, and then different colours, and then that's the same plant, different colour. Come on, focus. But there's still a lot of pretty things around here, but it's not as abundant as I would hope it to be. Come on, focus. Doesn't like focusing tonight. Not convinced by that one either. That's come back out into flower. It's a campanula. Loads of different varieties of campanula. Wouldn't even hesitate to try to guess which variety that is. And then you've got some more fuchsias there. How much more cable? I think we're getting towards the limit of how far I can go tonight. And then for Bascom, look a bit similar to foxgloves. I showed this yesterday. You can see how many flowers we've had on this summer. But you can see these as we come back up there. You can see the number of seed pods there are on that stalk, and it's still going and going and still growing. Anyone new? We also did this bed, this round bed. I'll just move the camera around. We also did this round bed this spring, but it's got nothing planted through the bed. This has got just pots on it. And then obviously with the arch we've got some couple of hanging baskets either side. And then everything we've got planted in this bed, you can see just how dry it is by this. Look at the state of the grass. So what we did was, in this bed this year, we tried to put in as much stuff that could survive sort of dry conditions. Can you smell the lavender? I'll just brush past that. It's a lovely smell. That's a really nice smell. Yeah, we'll ignore the drunk gnome. Hope he sobers up, because as we all know, gnomes work at night in gardens. So just pick up the cable so it's clear of any hedgehogs. Don't want to give them any ideas that they can disrupt the stream. Yeah. Okay. And I know we didn't pixelate on that because I was actually watching it. So let's have a look, see what's happened in my absence. The bee emotes I see have made an appearance over on YouTube. Where are fuchsias indigenous? Oh, well, Loans answered that question. Yeah, they are generally Central South America. I think Mexico was a hotbed for fuchsias. Yeah, well, our sweet corn's in a row this year. I'm not convinced how good sweet corn would do there, because it's like, because we've got the big cherry tree almost directly above that. There's so many roots in there. I'm not even going to think about digging it up. Just go back over onto Twitch and see what's happening over there. I see Rabbit Fox has just said hello to me. Evening, Healy, and welcome in, Mad Dwarfer. So yeah, it started. I can just coming out here. You can feel the light is starting to go now. Because even though the sunset is just after 9 tonight, I think it's going to be a bit early because it's clouded up quite a lot. So hello to anyone who's come in. Mr. Bear. As you can see, I look exactly like a bear. This is my disguise, so people don't know I'm actually a bear. So yeah, so everyone who's been here before has heard this, but it's a country style garden. Taller stuff at the back, shorter stuff at the front. So we're doing that sort of thing, and then get stuff to trail over the edges. And it's the same with this central bed. The taller stuff in the middle, shorter stuff on the side, so it's going to be like a lump. And then these grass paths are probably going to go in the spring or over winter, depending how energetic I feel. Just to give you, I can't get you down there, but the update on the YouTube against Twitch sunflowers is that the Twitch sunflowers are just starting to open up, and I think it's pretty even. So I think it could end up in a draw, which would be highly convenient, wouldn't it? So let's just check on the time, see what time it is. It is now 8:26, so we've got about half an hour to sunset. Yeah, Rabbit Fox is thinking they're Canterbury bells. Yeah, could be. I know it's a campanula of some sort, which are the bell. That's why they're called campanulas, because they look like bell shapes. If you've ever heard of bell ringing, that's campanology. So that's, you can see the background of their name to the shape of the plant. There are hundreds of different varieties, so they're quite large. They're probably the largest campanula flowers. Sorry, campanula flowers that we've had this year, or in the garden. We've got lots of different campanulas, different colours and different sizes. So, two women saying, do I zip off my fur and send it to the cleaners? Well, I could tell you, but that's a trade secret of the channel. Every channel's got to have some sort of secret stuff that runs in the background. Yeah, Shara's saying it looks like rain coming. Yeah, well, what you can see is actually going away from us, but I shall, on that comment, considering it hasn't really rained here for 7 weeks, I'll be very surprised if it does rain, but I won't complain about it. Or I will, but I won't turn it away. It says on the forecast that for now, 20% chance of rain, and I'm looking on the radar. Oh, there is rain nearby. Where's that going? Which direction is that going in? Oh, that's very interesting. There is patchy rain over the Pennines at the moment. Just to explain for anyone. Oh, yeah, he's saying Q merch page for your own bear disguise. Unfortunately, we only have t-shirts over on our. Well, we have other things, but in terms of to wear as a disguise, we've got t-shirts, so we can pretend to be other things other than a bear. We can be a branded bear in the garden. But, I'm looking at the forecast, and there are these showers over the Pennines, and they are coming from west to east in our direction. But anyone who's outside the UK, just to explain that where we are, is on the eastern side of the Pennines. The Pennines is a ridge of hills, large hills, almost mountains, that run up the centre of northern England. And subsequently, generally the west side, which would be for people would be Manchester and Liverpool, that sort of area. They tend to get a lot more rain than we do this side because the rain has to get over the hills and it tends to wash out over the Pennines quite a lot. So we're a lot drier than the west side of England at the same sort of latitude. Gnome's turned into an AI mode conversion machine. By the looks of it there. Yeah, there's a walk you can do, Pennine Way. So you can walk the length of the Pennines. During the summer, there are thousands of people doing that. Very popular. And it's I've been on various bits of it. I haven't done the whole thing. Some of it is very pretty. Some of it is very, very what's the word? Not sparse. You really are in the middle of nowhere. The difference is I've done most of my long distance walking in Wales because that was the sort of nearest set of mountains to where I used to live. That was where I was brought up walking. I think the most I ever walked in a day. I think the most walked in a day was something like 22 miles in a day. But if you look at me now, it's obviously not been in recent years that. So Rabbit Fox has started knitting. Oh, I see what you mean. You're starting to knit me a bear outfit. Yes. I'll do a shout out for one of my magnificent moderators on Twitch. So Rabbit Fox is another artistic creator with wool and yarn and spinning and knitting and crochet. It's another stream that, to be honest, if you've got absolutely no idea what's happening, you can just have it on in the background and listen to the nonsense in the chat. Usually driven by me. It's a nice, relaxing place to go, and they're also really excellent and knowledgeable about stuff on Twitch. And they also pop up in as many streams as I do. Hello, Victoria. Did I say hello to you, Victoria? Don't know if I can't honestly remember. I think, were you here earlier? Oh yeah, I must have said hello to you. Well, hello, Victoria again. So what time is it now? So we've got half an hour to sunset. So if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen in the next hour or so. Feel free to ask any questions. We're up to 1 hour 15 on Twitch now. So anyone who's been here from the start might have access to your watch along Hedgehog, which you should be available to you after an hour. Hopefully it pops up for you. Don't know if it has. Just going to refresh my feed on that. See if it should pop up for me. I would have thought. Oh, I don't know. The quicker way is if you want to do a sub for yourself or for someone else, you'll get the purple hedgehog badge. It says it's working, but who knows the technology. Let's. I'm going to pull down this camera a bit so we can see closer to our feet, which is where I'd expect to see hedgehogs if we're going to see them early on. And I'll also put the other camera up in the corner so we can keep an eye on the little drinking trough we've got for the hedgehogs as well. Oh, who's asked for an ice cream? Quick, grab it. Oh, I missed it. Did anyone get an ice cream? Ice creams are available in various emotes in various places. Hopefully you got an ice cream. Oh, thank you very much, Healy. That's hopefully. Thanks very much. It's very much appreciated. Giving a gift sub to Raptor Fox. Be interesting either. You should now have access to a purple-backed hedgehog. Hopefully, if the technology works. And thanks for the giant emote, Raptor Fox. But it's very much appreciated, Healy. I say anyone who's in the while I'm sorting out the picture, the double picture at the moment. Anyone who's in the chat, if you do make a donation or gift sub or membership or super chat, whatever it is on the channel, or via the merch or any of the other platforms, and the ad revenue, it all comes into the channel. The channel's got its own bank account, so it's separate from any money. So if you do see me doing things on other channels, that's not your money going out. The money that comes into the channel stays in the channel. The intention is over the long term to make the channel self-financing. It's not going to. It's a bit like a football club in the UK. It's not going to. It's got a generous benefactor at the moment, which is keeping it running. Anyone who streams knows the sort of costs involved in running a YouTube or a Twitch channel. It is quite expensive, but that's not the purpose here. We're doing it for a bit of fun, and we're doing it for that to get a nice community. Yes, Rabbit Fox has got a nice. Yeah, Rabbit Fox has got a nice dancing fox, but they've got an even better dancing bear, which is the number one emote on Rabbit Fox's channel, much to their disgust. Just going to transition that over, and I'm also going to drop the main camera down a bit. I'll come a bit to the left. No, we'll go for about that. I'll come down. So if we're going to see anything on the main camera, It's going to be somewhere down the bottom of the main camera feed. In fact, what I'll probably do, I'm just going to move the water trough up into the top corner because it can sit over the pond, and then we can actually see the whole of that ground. So traditionally, the hedgehogs would have come up the drive, past the water trough. They would have then come onto the grass from right to left. That was the traditional route. But that's not what I saw the other night. The first hedgehog was going left to right on the main screen, and the other one was about where the water trough was and then scuttled back right under the chair. So it's just a case of wait and see now. Victoria's saying their puppy got sprayed by an adolescent skunk the other night. Lovely. Yeah, and Lowe's put in the fact there that hedgehogs are most active just after sunset and right before sunrise. Yeah, well, officially sunset here, I think it's about 9 or something like that. It's just after 9, so about 20 minutes away. So it's really a question of just waiting and seeing what happens now. While we're waiting, I'm just going to go and get a hydration liquid. Not that the mods are bothered about my health and welfare. I'll show you use one of my branded mugs. ASMR tap. Shut that door. Keep the kittens in the house. We've managed to capture all the kittens tonight. Rabbit the Fox also wants me to do a stretch. I might do that in a moment. Yeah, the kittens were in quite early tonight, which is good. But they ain't coming in here, anywhere near the computer, because they, especially one of them, loves sitting on top of the computer keyboard. Because obviously the laptop gets lovely and warm. Can I show kittens doing stretches? No. I'm very limited what I show inside the house. And to be honest, the kittens haven't signed their disclosure form tonight. What's disclosure? Not disclosure. Their release form. Twitch has just gone into its ad break for 2 minutes. Thanks to anyone who's not watching the ads on Twitch, because either you've got your turbo or you've got your sub to the channel. Out of curiosity, has anyone on YouTube had adverts actually during the stream, not before the stream when you sign in, but actually during the stream? Because I know some people have. Just out of curiosity. Teasing us with kittens now, yeah. Well, anyone who likes the kitten cams, I know there will be a weekend coming up when I won't be able to stream in the garden, and I'll be forced to stream in a corner of a room, hidden away from society. And on that occasion, I may be able to attract a kitten to come and sit with me. But if it's anything like at the moment, the two boy kittens are out all day. You very rarely see them. Go out in the morning. You don't really see them until the evening. They might come back occasionally for food, but you don't. The girl kitten's usually around most of the time. So, in fact, that what I'm talking about. We'll just wait for the outbreak to. It's only got 15 seconds to go. I can just waffle until we. So we've probably got a quarter of an hour or so before anything particularly need to pay a huge amount of attention to what's going on. Welcome back, anyone who's had to put up with the ads on Twitch. It is appreciated. I am in a hydration break, and consequently, I'm legally obliged to show off some merch. That's Canny the Blackbird mug. That's the merchandising section over with. I'm so tempted to, yeah. I'm so tempted to put the BRB screen on to keep you entertained, but I'm sure if I did that, the hedgehog would suddenly appear, so I'm not going to. What I was going to say is, yeah, in a few weeks, one of the weekend streams, I'm going to have to be sort of secreted away into a corner of a room. I mean, you've seen similar sort of streams in the past when something's been going on, and I'm not allowed to stream. No one else in the family is interested whatsoever in me streaming. So, welcome in, Yankee. So, no one at all is interested in what I do streaming wise. In fact, they get fed up of me talking about it. So, but occasionally they force me into a corner. Generally, most of the time they leave me alone to get on with it. But occasionally I'm forced into a corner while they've got something going on. So I know I can't exactly remember when it is. It's I don't know. To be honest, I was given a date and I put it in the diary and I've forgotten when it is. So I'll have to think of something for us to do on a Sunday instead of our usual gardening. Oh, Yankee's got. Have you got the same problem? Your sister says, "Go say hi to your imaginary friends." Yeah, yeah. It's the response I sort of get as well. Yeah. In fact, someone said to me tonight, "Have you got anything to say other than that doesn't include the word modding?" So, which isn't surprising because of the amount of modding I did over the weekend. So. So Victoria's saying groundhogs are sensitive to noise. They cloud loudly to chase them away. I used to have, when I was growing up, we used to have a lot of foxes in our garden. We had a very big garden. It backed onto lots of other big gardens, so lots of wooded areas, and there was a fox den there. And when you used to see foxes all the time, and I was absolutely petrified of them. So if I had to go into the garden this sort of time or first thing in the morning when the foxes tend to be around more, I used to have to do that. Victoria used to go down, clapping my hands, making noise. Problem was when the fox was there, it just looked at you and thought, "What are you doing?" So. And I'm still being tormented by a fox now. Just in, I would say an imaginary fox, but in a human form. I hope you've had a good day streaming today, Yankee X. Anyone who doesn't know Yankee over on Twitch, they've got a very big garden and really good veg garden. But they've been struggling, I think, like we have here with the weather. It's been all over the place, I think. And it's another good stream that I quite often just sit and have on in the background. I just lurk in the background. Hello, Orange. How are the hedgehogs? We're still waiting. We're getting towards the time where we would expect to see hedgehogs if we're going to see them. Do hedgehogs hang around in pairs? Generally not. They're generally solitary animals, hedgehogs. I saw two the other night, which is what surprised me. It makes me think that they are probably siblings from this year, and they've grown up together, and they're sort of starting to explore the territory, looking for somewhere for themselves to make a little nest somewhere. So that's what I was assuming it is. I've never seen two like that before. I've only ever seen them in singles. I'm sure Lone will fill you in with numerous facts about hedgehogs. But, yeah, Victoria's recounting the story of trying to get rid of her groundhogs, which apparently dug under a barn. And had to use cayenne pepper to get them out. Oh, they can carry rabies, groundhogs can. Yeah, I know rabies in the UK is very, very rare now. I think if you bring animals in and out of the country, they've all got to have passports and things like that. So, and then they've got to be inoculated against it. So I suspect it probably does occur, but it's very, very rare. Orange is saying the most similar animal they've got is I think that's something like echidnas, something like that. Echidnas. I should know that because anyone who watches Walking Commuter, where I do a different animal each day for each week on a bridge crossing, I think that's been one of the animals we've had on it. And that's something out of the 17 species of hedgehog. I think we found out that there are no hedgehogs in America or something. So, yeah, we've still got plenty of battery power on that camera. So let me just check when sunset is. I mean, basically it's now. I mean, you'll know because the little solar lights will start to come on. Victoria's got coyotes, deer, raccoons, and black bears. Crumbs. Oh, and in fact, it's so dangerous there, they've all disappeared. They're probably all eating each other. And obviously we have a bear on the channel here. Anyone who doesn't know where the bear comes from, it's the emblem of a county of Warwickshire in the UK, and that's where I'm from. So that's where the name bear comes from. Just going to check on see whether this rain is coming in or not. It may just be that these hedgehogs are going further and further at the moment because it's so dry. I mean, generally they'll be eating slugs and snails and grubby type things, which obviously if it's so dry, they're not going to be out as much. So, no, the rain's still over the Pennines at the moment. Oh, I don't know, it is slowly getting here. Oh, we'll see. Okay, so what I was going to do is just check on when. Yeah, it says on here. It says 9:10 for the sunset, so 14 minutes time. So basically, the sun's setting now, and you can't really tell because the sun is behind would be behind the camera, but it's obviously cloudy as well. Anyway, welcome in Melissa, welcome in Gus. We are waiting to see if we can actually see a hedgehog. Yeah, and the hedgehogs. Loan's filling up the chat with information about hedgehogs. When you put something about hedgehogs drinking milk, is that right? So I wouldn't believe the hedgehogs stole milk straight from cows' udders, which may have been why people commonly leave milk out for them. But they're actually lactose intolerant. You have to ask the question, who did the research to work out a hedgehog was lactose intolerant? So I know we've got people from all over the globe watching this, but what's the most unusual animal you got in your garden or in your neighbourhood? I don't know what the most unusual thing. The most unusual. We're semi-rural here. We've still got lots of houses around us, but we're not that far from farmland. The most unusual thing I've had in the garden is a male pheasant. I'll have to put a picture of that at some point on the channel. That was years ago. In fact, that's a very good picture. That is because it shows how the garden was originally. I wasn't expecting that. Beautiful bird, but you wouldn't expect it here. The biggest thing we've probably had is herons. You used to get herons all the time, come in, try to get to the fish in the fish pond. That's why the pond's netted. And we do get birds of prey as well. You get some in the garden itself, but the biggest thing that you see from the garden are the red kites, which are ginormous birds of prey. You see them all the time. Just trying to keep up with the chat coming through. Yeah, hedgehogs can top speed about 5 miles an hour. Yeah, so whenever I see them, it does surprise me how quick they are. They either seem to just curl up into a little ball of spikes, or they leg it. So Ali saw some ducks. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I've seen ducks. Where did I see the ducks here? They didn't come in the garden. They were on the road outside. There is quite a lot of water around here, but not in the immediate vicinity. So why ducks would be walking down the road? Anyone got any idea? Someone must have a joke about why did the duck cross the road. As long as there are no snakes. I have seen snakes in the UK. I have seen adders in the UK. I think the closest I got to an adder was I was just walking along a path, and it was about, I didn't really spot it to the last minute. It was probably only a couple of feet away from me. Alice saw a hawk. Victoria's got hawks and herons and bald eagles. Yeah. I don't know the comparison in size between a bald eagle and a red kite, but I would guess they're probably fairly similar in size. Red kites in the UK were almost extinct. They were through sort of conservation work, they were brought back from extinction. Another fact about hedgehogs: 5,000 to 7,000 spines on the average adult hedgehog. Yeah. I know when they, on the odd occasion, you get the cats out in the garden and the hedgehogs appear about this sort of time. In the past, the cats have just sat there and watched it, and they don't really know what to make of it. Shara's saying there have been reports of bears raiding bird feeders here, where they are. Well, I suppose if you're a bear and you need something to eat, I mean, anything's good food, isn't it? So especially, I suppose, if you've got things like fat included in the bird feed. Mad Dwarfer just was woken up by a badger ripping up a hole in the parents' fence. Then a family of badgers came through and started to eating all the plums. Yeah, they can create a lot of damage, badgers. And farmers don't like badgers in the UK either, because they get blamed for passing TB onto cattle. Rabidor Fox has made the why did the duck cross the road to have a good quack? Lone says the duck crossed the road because it wasn't a chicken. Quality comedy. Just reading through there. Ducks follow in a line. That's it. You see, it's this sort of conversation. You come out with questions. Why do ducks follow in a line? It's something I've never ever thought about in my life. Is why ducks follow each other in a line. Ali also gets turkeys. Yeah, that. And then Ali's saying the Australian echidna. Not quite sure how you pronounce that. Looks like a hedgehog. Yeah. Yeah, and Ali, I think we've had that animal cross the Manhattan Bridge at some point. I recognise the name. Right, well, we're about 5 minutes officially from sunset, so I think if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen fairly soon, or in the next however long. So I'm going to carry on talking. I'm just going to lower my voice a little bit. The one thing is, because it's so dry at the moment in the garden, and there's a few leaves in the flower beds and so on, if anything starts to appear, I should hear it first. And there's one or two of the solar lights starting to come on now as well. And I'll say I've got the cameras set up as they are now. Mainly because there's no point showing you the right down the bottom of the garden, because you won't see a hedgehog if it's down there. And we're more likely to see them close up down here. And also, we've got the tray, the black tray on the top right hand corner of the screen is It's got water in as well, so if they want a drink, they can have a drink. So hope everyone's enjoying this non-hedgehog watch along. We ran one of these, I can't remember which month it was last year, probably about September, October last year, and we didn't see the hedgehog, even though it was around most of the night. So that was Spike the hedgehog. If we do get 2 hedgehogs, we're going to have different names. While we're doing this, I'll do some advertising anyway. That we'll be back up for our live on Sunday as usual, normal time, about 11 o'clock AM UK time. We usually run for 2 or 3 hours on a Sunday. There's all the usual content on YouTube this week. There's a Tuesday lunchtime video tomorrow. There's the Thursday calming video at lunchtime as well, and the premiere on YouTube on Saturday is the monthly review of July. Yeah, I'm not even going to put music on tonight, so I think it's just better to be chill. Yeah, Victoria's saying remember to have a shallow dish of water with stones in it for the bees because they can drown in bird baths. Yeah, we have got a bird bath right down the bottom. To be honest, I can't really see at the moment whether it'd have a lot of activity in it, but it obviously does. But we do have trays of water around the garden as well. But yeah, so that's the YouTube content for the week. So we'll be live YouTube, Twitch on Sunday, and all the other platforms will be the usual sort of content as well. What's that? Oh, strange thing is when you sat here waiting for something to happen, you start to see things out the corner of your eye that don't actually exist. I think if anything's going to happen, it's going to come bottom left of the main screen, or from sort of under the chair, the top right screen. That's what I'm anticipating anyway. I just hope something does happen. If nothing else, to prove that hedgehogs actually do exist. But that's what they say about on television. You never work with animals or children on television. You just don't know what they're going to do next. You can see a couple of the solar lights are starting to come on the left-hand bed now. The good thing is if it does go totally dark, if the hedgehog is around, we have got the security light which usually comes on, so we should be able to see it. And as for hedgehog, we've actually had a hedgehog hibernate in the garden. Spike hibernated in the garden 2 winters ago. We just built a ginormous mound of leaves and twigs and then bury themselves in it basically for the winter. But I don't know what happened this year because we had such a mild winter and wet winter when there was plenty of food for hedgehogs. So I don't even know if they properly hibernated over the last winter. There is a poll for YouTube there to tell me what you think about the chances of seeing a hedgehog tonight. I will set that up for Twitch as well. So there's a poll up on Twitch as well. See what your views are as to see. I have voted in the poll. YouTube at the moment 80% confident we will see a hedgehog. Twitch are only going 33% on seeing a hedgehog. I don't know what that says about YouTube viewers and Twitch viewers. 50-50 on Twitch now. It's always good to bring a bit of science and statistics into a live stream. Come on. In reality, if we're going to see anything, it is going to be the next sort of half hour, 3/4 of an hour, I think. To be honest, I don't know how many people in chat really thought they'd be sat on a Monday watching a stream waiting for hedgehogs to appear. It is appreciated your time. And we have got some nice communities that you can just have a chat to. Lots of people know each other. It's a very loud motorbike in the distance. While we're waiting for that, we'll just do a couple of admin things. So for YouTube, there's a few gift memberships there. The gift memberships on YouTube give you access to some emotes, and there is some members only content, and you don't have the slow chat on as well. Right, the poll on Twitch has ended. 50% yes, 50% no. Always good to have a decisive poll. Let's see what the YouTube polls come out at. And YouTube has voted 83% yes. So YouTube is much more confident that we're going to see a hedgehog. So we shall see, shan't we? Supposedly, yes, you are. I think there should be a badge for if you watch an hour. There should be a badge. It's set up to do that. Whether Twitch actually works or not, yes. But you also get a badge for gifting sub or subbing yourself. So if you watch for an hour, you should be able to see a badge. It should be a hedgehog badge for an hour. I did set it up and it said it's all set up correctly, but whether the Twitch in the background is actually going to operate it properly, I haven't got a clue. I know sometimes you have to, if you think you do it, you might have to sometimes refresh your stream and it might come up. I honestly don't know. I've seen it before like that, but hopefully it works. Even if you're just following, you've got some free follower badges anyway, just for following the channel. I think there's 5 which you've got access to just as a follower, or not badges, emotes. Yeah, if you're on, as Rabbit's just said, if you're on desktop. Oh, Wheels, you got your hedgehog, did you? Oh, excellent. Yeah. If you can't see it come up automatically and you're on desktop, if you look at the top, there's the little envelope where the messages come up, and you'll find your hedgehog in there. It'll tell you you're eligible for a hedgehog. That's the theory anyway. The fact Wheels has got one shows that he's actually working. Yeah. So as anyone on Twitch can see, Wheels has got a hedgehog in front of his name now. An official hedgehog watcher. Well, perhaps we should have had a blank screen if there's no hedgehog. Yeah, Michael's saying it'll be in the notification area on mobile. Yeah. I think I set it to the minute time, which I think is an hour for your watch badge, but that's what it allowed me to do anyway. And I'll do something else on Twitch as well. Really, it's starting to get pretty dark outside. The camera don't really pick that up. So there's 5 gift subs over on Twitch as well. Oh, the hedgehog sub badge does work. Oh, crumbs! We have a golden kappa train on the Bear in the Garden on Twitch. Who would have thought of that? Golden kappa is quite unusual. If anyone doesn't know, on Twitch, I mean, it's not quite as unusual as you think, but I haven't seen one for some time. Well, how about that? So if anyone wants a golden kappa, I think it stays as a moat for 24 hours to use. If you want to chuck a few bits in, you should be able to acquire that. Who would have thought that on a tiny little channel like here? Yeah, Dollar got one. Yeah. Chaos Pixie got one as well. Yeah, 24 hours marker. That's what I thought it was. So I've acquired, I think, a golden kappa 3 or 4 times while I've been on Twitch. There was a run where I saw it quite often. Oh, sorry, Dollar. I think you've just. I think Stream Elements is playing up tonight because you got timed out for 17 seconds, and I don't know how you got timed out for 17 seconds because I've never set the time out for 17 seconds. So I think Stream Elements is having a bad night. You acquired a gifted sub. I did some gifted subs over on YouTube, and you got some over on. You got one over on Twitch. Oh yes, for anyone who's running OBS as well, if you haven't streamed today, when I turned on tonight, this is for the streamers, when I turned on tonight, there's quite a big OBS update, which I didn't actually run before the stream, because it causes chaos usually. So anyone who's streaming, we're using OBS over the next few days, you'll probably find that big update is waiting for you when you next go into OBS. But good to see you, Dollar. Dollar is a fantastic artist, graffiti artist. It does other things, skateboarding and so on. But Does some fantastic art. And he also does it in a manner that people can sort of learn and do their art alongside. You're welcome, Dollar. Just to explain, Dollar, what we're actually doing for anyone who's just come in, we're actually waiting to see if we see hedgehogs. Because we ran a stream last Wednesday, about half an hour after the stream ended, there were 2 hedgehogs in the garden. So I said I'd try to run a stream this week. And I know this the next few days are going to be quite difficult to stream in the evening, so I took advantage of streaming this evening. And this now is the perfect time for hedgehogs. We are, what, 14 minutes or so, 15 minutes after sunset. These modern cameras do fantastic things in low light. Welcome in, MZ. We've got 15 seconds left on the golden kappa train if anyone wants to throw some bits in to get a golden kappa. 24 hours, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. That's what a golden kappa looks like in the thing. So I've just earned myself a golden kappa there. Yeah, welcome in, MZ. They're saying that their parents have got 2 hedgehogs that visit their garden too. Yeah, I've never seen 2 hedgehogs together, which was what surprised me the other night. Which makes me think they're part of their brother, or they're not brother and sister, but they're siblings. Twitch has got some ads coming up. Apologies if you have to watch the ads. Hopefully the hedgehogs don't appear during the ad break. Let's see what else anyone's been saying. First footing, yeah, first footing conversation over on YouTube for the Twitch viewers. Talk about first footing. I'll just read that and then I'll talk about it. Come on, Hedgies. So I should hear them before I see them. I'll be so pleased if we see a hedgehog. And it's so tempting to go outside and have a wander around and see if I can hear anything, but it's probably better not to. Yeah, you can see. I won't just wait for the outbreak to finish. Thanks for putting up for the ads on Twitch. If you had to put up with them, you can start to see the solar lights really starting to take effect now. But YouTube, we're talking about first footing. We do first footing as a family because we're of a Scottish heritage originally, and we have a piece of coal we use every year for the same thing. It's an actual piece of coal that when I was at school, we went down on a school trip down a deep coal mine in the Midlands, and we all got given a piece of coal when we were down this coal mine. Lone saying that the hedgehog navigation lights have been activated. Yeah. Come on, hedgehogs. So we have got solar lights in most of the flower beds. We've got uplighters and then just little standard lights, and then down the bottom of the garden we've got sort of what's the word, where they're on a chain. There's a special name, isn't there? They're sort of a chain of lights. You can really see the camera where the drinking water is starting to struggle with the light, but the main camera is doing much better. Yeah, Jar's waiting for the drunken gnome to get up and do some work. Yeah, anyone who's watched the video on YouTube about gnomes would know that that's the purpose of gnomes. It's thought that they work during the night and tidy your garden up. Whether that's actually true, I've never seen the gnome working at night, but they get paid as much as the mods do on this channel. I don't know whether garden gnomes are good at holding their drink. That one obviously wasn't. I don't know if he's just out of shot. Let's see if we can close in on see if we can just move down and see if we can actually see the garden gnome, see how he's getting on. Oh, no, I don't want to go that way. I want to go. Yeah, if you look there, you can see the lights down the bottom starting to come on as well. So, oh, there you go. That's the drunken gnome we're talking about who's fallen over. Right, Tinker. Yeah, he's not looking. He's not looking very good, is he? The drunken gnome. I mean, he's been down for at least an hour. Let's see if we can. Yeah, there's the drunken gnome. Well, if nothing, if we don't see any hedgehogs, at least you've seen some bees going out the flowers, and you've seen a drunken gnome. Don't say this isn't quality entertainment. Hello, Ambrose. The drunken gnome is hedgehog bait. He's slightly concerned by that drunken gnome. Don't think we're missing any hedgehogs at the moment. So the thing is, every time some flower moves, I think it's, you know, what's that? Got sort of heightened senses. Rabidor Fox is saying my company is always excellent entertainment. Thank you very much, Rabidor Fox. I think you may be slightly exaggerating that. Let's come out the garden gnome. Should we give the garden gnome some privacy? I mean, do we really want to watch someone who's drunk? So this is looking directly below the camera. You can actually see the tripod you're sat on. So this is the path outside the conservatory. And this is where the hedgehogs tend to walk up and down. So it's somewhere down the front here that I'd expect if we're going to see anything. Yeah. Because pan to the right, see what we can see. Over to the right. Yeah, that's the conservatory. And then if I tilt up, so we're looking over the fence. Not over the fence, over the pond. The garage. Over the bay tree. There's something flying around there. But then again, I don't think we're going to see any hedgehogs up there. So let's come back down to actually get back to the main purpose of being here. But as we found out tonight, hedgehogs will usually be busy round about now, and also first thing at sort of sunrise as well, just before sunrise. You almost want a like a toy hedgehog on a piece of string you can drag through the screen, and everyone thinks it's a hedgehog. If anyone does spot something, let me know. Because when we did the bird watch, chat spotted the bird before I did. And the time I actually spotted the birds, I actually missed putting them on camera. So. Yeah, solar lights are good, really. I like it. I mean, obviously they don't work very well during the winter, but how often am I sat looking out at the garden in the middle of winter? But they're good on an evening like this where you've got the door open and just calmly watching what's happening. Just got to check on a battery level. Oh, crumbs, you're running a bit low on battery. I think I'm going to have to change the battery on the main camera. It's about to go any minute. But what it has showed, it solved the problem of pixelation anyway. I'm just going to turn off the main camera for a second. Or do you want to go into... I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put you into BRB for a minute while I'll just change the battery on the camera. Anyone who was here yesterday will know what to expect on BRB. I do apologise, but we won't get a hedgehog while I'm just changing this battery because I'll just have to nip outside. So I'll be back in a moment. Hopefully, test. Yeah, we're back. Thanks for putting up with that. Should be okay on the main camera now. Got plenty of battery charge on it, so let's reposition the camera now. It's working again. That was pure. It didn't pixelate this time. It purely just ran out of power. So let's just drop the camera down. Oh, wrong way. Okay. Yeah. I will leave the small camera picture up in the top right, even though you can't see much. If the hedgehog does appear there, it should turn the security light on, and we'll see it. So I wouldn't pay much attention to the top right picture. You'll know because it'll go bright if anything goes there. Welcome in, Rose Tinted Stitches. I think you were one of the lucky recipients of the gift sub tonight. We are waiting to see if we see any hedgehogs. Yeah. Yeah, you can see how dark that camera is at the top right now. But just for example, if I stick my head out the door, you should see what happens if a hedgehog appears. So there you go. So that's what will happen if a hedgehog appears. Top right. So so you can ignore the top right unless the light comes on. But the main camera's holding on at the moment. It's actually quite good in the dark. There will be a point where we just have to give up, but I'll say it's about now. If we're going to see anything, it's about now. We will do. Hope people enjoyed the BRB screen. Something a bit different. It does. There is a second song that goes on afterwards, but we are here to look at hedgehogs. Yes, the BRB screen sort of. We do try to be fairly serious in the way we operate the channel, but we do have a bit of a sense of humour at the same time. Anyone new coming in, welcome to the Bear in the Garden channel. Doing something a bit different tonight. We're looking for hedgehogs because we ran a normal gardening stream last Wednesday, and about half an hour after we finished, a couple of hedgehogs appeared. So the screen that's black at the moment, top right, is one where there's a tray with water out for them, and the other camera you're looking at, the main camera, is looking down the garden. And if we see hedgehogs, it should be in this sort of region. But I'm expecting to hear some rustling first before we actually see any hedgehog. Even if we don't see any hedgehogs, it's just a nice calm stream just to sit back and relax to in the evening and chat to your friends in chat. Christian, no, we haven't seen a hedgehog yet. And as Beauty Love created, only a drunk gnome. Yes, we have got a drunk gnome. You can just see the drunk gnome bottom left of your screen. Yeah, it must be getting close to the hour mark for the hedgehog, Melissa. Anyone who's here, if you there is a hedgehog badge for if you watch an hour. For an hour's watch time, or if you do a sub, you get a hedgehog with a purple background. And members over, if you're a member over on YouTube, in the emotes where the little smiley face is at the end of the chat line, you'll find a hedgehog in there for you. And for anyone over on YouTube, I am trying at the moment still in the background to sort out a few bits and pieces that you can take part in along the lines of what some of the Twitch redeems do as well. Try so everyone sort of gets a fair enough same sort of service. Everyone's seeing the same pictures, same commentary, and the same technical issues. So. But we'll run this as long as the main camera can still see something. I must stop singing on stream because the mods like to clip it. The main thing I want to get working is the ice cream van for YouTube viewers. It's not so easy to set up on YouTube. I'm not sure I can even pronounce that last word in that joke. How Out of curiosity, how many people in chat have got garden gnomes? I don't know how common they are nowadays. Rose, they don't have a. You don't have a garden, okay? I wouldn't worry, Rose. I mean, it's surprising how many people have watched this channel who don't actually have a garden. There's a lot of people here. And as I said, I mean, obviously this is my garden, but I open it up to everyone. So people who don't even have a garden could come and utilise this garden, either via the YouTube channel and all our content there, or on the live streams we have on YouTube and Twitch. And to be honest, would there be any point to doing this channel if we didn't have people watching and a community? Not really. So it's always the chat communities and people in the comments and the regular watchers who actually make the channel worthwhile, really. And again, I think I've said this before, and if anyone ever has any bright ideas that they'd like to put up for consideration to try to make videos, or an idea or something, feel free. You can always put it in the comments. I do read comments backwards. Comments backwards. I don't read comments backwards. I read the comments back afterwards. I'm not so brilliant as to read comments backwards. But if anyone has any bright ideas, you can put them in the comments here, or in the comments in YouTube on a video or something, or Instagram or Discord. We're in all the usual places. And if you're watching Twitch or YouTube, you can probably find us somewhere. You're in Rose. You're in Vancouver. Yeah. Well, it's strange you say that. I mod for a couple of Canadian channels, and one of them's just purchased a house in Toronto, and they've got a garden, and they've never done gardening before in their life. They've always lived in apartments, so they've got a whole new skill set to learn. But yeah, I mean, if you want anyone who watches the channel, yeah, this is the Bear in the Gardens channel, so, and Bear's Garden, so everyone's welcome to come and watch along with us and to learn. And we do all sorts of other stupid things here, like trying to watch hedgehogs that don't actually want to come and be filmed. I'm amazed the camera's still hanging on compared to the other camera. And actually, the camera that's gone black at the top right, that's got the supposedly a much better high resolution and picture quality. Yeah. Rabbit's just saying it's a good thing to, when they're out walking the dog, taking pictures of flowers. Yeah. Maintenance is an issue with gardens, I have to say. And that's why the style of this garden's changed. In previous years and previous generations of gardens, it was much more garden, very formal, straight lines of bedding plants, and it's just absolute nightmare to do every year. This is the majority of this garden's perennial plants, so you plant it once, and then it's a bit of maintenance on top of it, really. And I tend to do most of my maintenance first thing in the mornings. Oh, Christian, you hadn't. Am I reading that right? You hadn't. You're talking about you had a garden gnome, did you? I think there's almost enough light there, you know, that if a hedgehog does turn up, we should see it. It's a good comment that about dog maintenance. Are you still here, Melissa? Have you got your badge yet? Oh yes, so Christian did have a garden gnome. Yeah. I know the garden gnome sort of started to become very popular during the Victorian period. I honestly can't remember why I started getting garden gnomes. Well, I'll have to one day when we do a stream and a walk around the garden. We'll have to see how many chat can actually spot and see who gets the correct number of garden gnomes. There are quite a lot of gnomes in the garden. And to be brutally honest, I'm not sure where they all are in the garden. You see them all during the winter, but then stuff grows over the top of them. What did I do tonight? Well, I thought I'd watch an exciting stream on YouTube or Twitch. Oh, that was interesting. Well, what did you watch? I watched a few plants and a bit of lawn. This will be if we raid out on Twitch and whoever you raid to says, "What did you do on stream tonight?" Well, we sat for a long time waiting for some hedgehogs to turn up, which didn't turn up. We watched a drunk garden gnome. Oh, come on. This is a bit like waiting for a bus. You wait hours and then two come along at once. That's a good question Elie's put there. If the light comes on, would the hedgehog freeze or run? Well, past experience here, they don't seem to be overly bothered by it. But now, whether that's because they come around here often, or actually virtually every house has got a security light, they've just got used to them coming on and off. I don't know. I would definitely, if something is somewhere going to set off the lights, I definitely would see it there or hear it because I've got the door open there. Come on. Just having a look at the screen. Yeah, it's still just about enough light, isn't there, on the main camera that something does wander across, we would see it. Wouldn't see it in high definition, but right. Rose has now put the hedgehog stream on the big TV. Hopefully the quality looks good on TV. I never watch myself on TV because I'm always watching it on the computer screens. I've got both feeds up. In fact, I've got the YouTube feed up. I've got the Twitch feed up. I've got the OBS feed up, and I've got the Restream feed up. So I've actually got four. I've actually got it up 4 times. If anything does happen, Rose, you'll hear me screaming something like hedgehog or something like that, just out of total excitement. Apparently, Christian's morphed into a real life garden gnome. Strange things happen when you watch these streams. Rose says, did I say how many garden gnomes you have? I've got a lot. How many? I don't honestly know. If I was going to guess, there's probably... I don't know, 15, something like that. Oh, I don't know. No, I've just dropped something on me. Where's that gone? Oh, there it is, found it. That went a long way away. No. Strange thing is, when you get to winter and the plants die back a bit, you find garden gnomes you haven't seen for about 6 months. You suddenly realise you've got them. I do apologise for anyone over on Twitch. There's some ads coming up now. Thanks for putting up with them. Just going to refresh my stream here. Shouldn't affect you. And while the ads are running, I'll just need to do something else as well. In the background, so I'll be quiet for a moment. That's okay, that's fine. Oh, someone's just redeemed something. What was that? Oh, yeah, thanks Rose for checking in and giving some honey. Oh dear, Brother Fox, you haven't posted that terrible joke, have you? Well, I suppose, to be fair to Lone, they did have the decency not posting it themselves. What I'm going to attempt to do, I'm going to attempt to brighten the main camera screen a little bit in the settings. See if we can actually improve that a little bit. So now we've got this far, I want to try and hang on as long as possible. It's not that one we want. Yes. Not that one. We want to do this one. Let's just see if we can actually brighten it. No, it's not making much difference really. Okay, I'll change that. Thanks for dropping in, Rabbit or Fox. Thanks for modding. I'll probably see you in the usual place tomorrow. If only we had hedgehogs now. No, that's as bright as I can get the camera at the moment. I think, out of reality, I'm going to run this for about another... I'll leave this running for about another quarter of an hour and we'll see what occurs. We don't want to have two streams waiting for hedgehogs with no hedgehogs. But again, thank you for anyone that's still here watching this nonsense. And so we'll be back on Sunday with some proper gardening and gardening advice. Yeah, Victoria's saying they've got dozens of solar lights in the garden. They really are. They're very good for the summer. Obviously during the winter they're pretty hopeless, but during the summer, and it's the summer when you want to sit out and just chill in the evening, don't you? It's so tempting to put the calming music on the background. But I know a lot of people in chat don't actually like having the music on in the background, so. And we're not going to be running forever now, so. Yeah, even you can actually see it on the main camera now. We're starting to struggle a bit on that. It's just gonna reduce the size of the water cam a bit. I can always move that back into shot if need be. I'll leave the top corner so you'll know if anything appears there. So actually the light isn't too bad there, is it really? When you I would do a longer shot of that, just looking down the garden, but then if anything does appear down here, we're just not going to see it by the time I've repositioned the camera. I'm just going to stand up and go by the door and see if I can hear anything. So, yeah, scratching around in the leaves. No, I can't hear anything at the moment. Not down the side of the drive anyway. So you see, Only Me, that's where we should be watching, in Only Me's garden. They've just put their food out for their hedgehogs. And she can hear them. That's what I was saying. You can usually hear them before you can see them. Do you know how many hedgehogs you've got in your garden, Only Me? For anyone that's just coming in now, the only wildlife we've managed to see tonight so far is some bees going into some fuchsia flowers, and a drunk garden gnome. Bees in the dark. I don't know whether would bees operate in the dark. Don't know. Now, admittedly, the bees were fairly early on in the stream when it was still light. So. I don't know when the bees were. It would have been in the first, I don't know, 40 minutes, something like that, somewhere about that mark. So if you want to see some bees going in and out the fuchsia flowers, if you go back, we did a bit of a quick garden tour. It'd have been about half an hour, 40 minutes in, something like that. I can hear something, but I don't think it's a hedgehog. Well, I can hear a motorbike as well, but I don't think hedgehogs ride motorbikes. Let's see if a drunk garden gnome that I must see. Yeah, and the answer is yes, bees are active during the night on a warm night. Yeah, never knew that. We've learnt all sorts of things on the stream tonight. We haven't learnt how to capture a hedgehog on live camera. I don't know if I can actually. If I can actually zoom in on see how the garden gnome's getting on. That's a good question. Do I put food out for the hedgehogs? I don't, no. Two reasons for that is that not only have I got the cats here, I don't really want to contaminate their food, and two of the cats are on special diets anyway. But also, because we're in a semi-rural urban setting here, however you want to put it, they do have rat problems around here from time to time. So I don't tend to put the food out. I'd rather, in any case, rather than come and eat the food, I'd rather than come and eat all the slugs and snails in the garden. It varies from place to place. There's only me who's over in the YouTube chat. They feed their hedgehogs. So it varies from place to place. I mean, one thing I do here is I very rarely use any sort of things like slug bait or anything like that. I can't remember the last time I really used it. There's two reasons for that. Is that obviously you want your hedgehogs to come in and the birds to come in and eat as many slugs and snails, not get poisoned themselves. Plus, I just don't try to use as much of that because of the cats. But obviously the cats do roam and they go in other gardens where they use the stuff. But you can only do as much as you can do. Yeah, MZ saying their parents put food in a small hedgehog house that the local cats can't get into. Yeah, I know. I've got family just up the road here, and they have hedgehogs come through their garden virtually every night. Quite often you can see where they've come through. There's a hole in the fence. They come through, and you can see in the morning if it's been like dew on the ground, you can see their trail where they've gone down the garden. But they've got much bigger gardens there, and they've put a hedgehog house in. When the hedgehog lived in the garden here over winter, it just built up a huge pile of leaves and sticks and so on, and then just dug itself in and closed up the door. For those of you who know where the garden, about the garden, where the fuchsias are on the side, the lady booby and so on, that's where the hedgehog was. It was right underneath there. Let's see if we can. Just going to see if we can. I don't know if it's still light enough that we'll be able to see the. The drunken gnome. Yes, he's still there. There he is. Oh, wrong way. Drunken gnome hasn't managed to get up yet for work. You can just see his little white hair and his yellow trousers and red hat. So he's still there. I'll zoom back in. So if we zoom out, then wrong way. So you can see some of the lights down there, and then we've got lights down the bottom as well. This is what we're really interested down here, where it's pretty dark. Wrong way. We'll concentrate on this little area because this is where we've actually got some light. So if anything's coming, I'll hear it first. Yeah, I don't pay these gnomes enough, obviously, do I? The strange thing is, further up that bed, there's two other gnomes there are, and one of them's lying around on the floor as well. I'll just read some of the YouTube comments while we carry on waiting. Thanks very much, Victoria. Very kind words. Just saying, hedgehog or not, it's a pleasure to spend time in the garden with the bear and friends. Yeah. So, like most of these live streams, doesn't always go to plan. In fact, very rarely does any live stream go to plan. But it's always the chat that makes the live streams. That's why if you look back at stats, people don't really watch live streams back afterwards once they've been live, because people like the live chat and interaction. And on both YouTube and Twitch, we've got some very nice communities, and quite a lot of people know each other already. But then you get interaction between different communities from different channels, and so on. And the best thing about it is that because you've got so many different people with different backgrounds, there's so much knowledge you learn from this, just little bits and pieces. And we're lucky here that very rarely do we get any trouble in the chats here. We're very lucky. Compared to some of the channels that a lot of you will know that I do a lot of modding. A lot of the channels I mod on that there can be all sorts of issues. But we're very lucky here. But then again, we're a relatively small channel. If you look at the YouTube stats, I think there's something like in the top. We're certainly in the top 10% of channels on YouTube. But there's billions of channels anyway, so it puts good. Oh, crumbs, we're being raided on Twitch. Welcome in, raiders. Lone, if you could do a shout out for Ira. Welcome in, raiders, from Ira's channel. I hope you managed to get all the camping stuff sorted. Believe it or not, this is a hedgehog watch along, and we're waiting for a hedgehog. Welcome in Rob, welcome in Sam, welcome in Mr. Flatline, welcome in Ira, if you can hear us. We've been running for about 3 hours now. We've done a garden tour at the beginning, we've watered the garden, we waited for sunset to come down, and now we're waiting to see if hedgehogs turned up. We ran a stream last Wednesday where literally half an hour after we finished streaming, we had 2 hedgehogs appear. So we're just literally sat around waiting. Hello Ira, welcome to our hedgehog watch along, which has successfully seen 0 hedgehogs so far. But we do have something exciting to show you. I'll see if I can zoom in for you, because I don't want people to come in and think we don't have anything interesting on the channel. While I move the camera for you, welcome to the channel, welcome to the Bear in the Garden channel. Currently dual streaming YouTube and Twitch, so I'm talking to 2 chats. We are a predominantly YouTube channel, but we live stream on both platforms. We live stream generally on a Sunday and do bonus streams other times. And the channel is basically everything and anything to do with the garden. What we do in the garden, what we grow in the garden, what we see from the garden. We've got 2 super communities. We've got people who have gardens, don't have gardens, have balconies, you name it. And we're just hoping that the hedgehog is going to turn up. We ran a hedgehog watch along last year and it was a complete failure. We ran a bird watching stream and we saw 3 birds, 2 of which I missed on camera. So chat only saw 1 bird in an hour. Thanks for all the follows, it is appreciated. Let's see if we can zoom in on the most exciting thing of the stream so far. That has actually caused the most intrigue of the stream. We did have wildlife on early. We did have bees going in and out of flowers earlier in the stream when we did the garden tour. Let's zoom in on what we need to zoom in. Anyone who's already been here for some time will know exactly what we're going to try to zoom in on. As you can see, it is very dark now. I'll just pan us up. So that's the garden in the dark with the solar lights on. You can see that's the sky. If we come down and go to our left a bit and start to zoom in, hopefully should see something start to appear bottom left. Nope, too far. Go there and we'll come down a bit more. Hopefully you can see bottom left of the screen, you can just sort of see a pair of yellow legs. If I zoom in there, yellow legs, white hair, that's a drunk gnome. It's a drunk garden gnome. So if nothing else, welcome to all the raiders. At least you can go away and say you've seen a drunken garden gnome asleep at night in a garden in the UK. Perhaps that should be the tagline for the stream today. I'm going to revert back to the previous screen, because this is where, if we're going to see anything, we're going to see it here. I say we know there are 2 garden gnomes floating. Oh dear, 2 garden gnomes floating around. We've got more than 2 garden gnomes floating around. We know we've got 2 hedgehogs floating around somewhere. And we're assuming at this stage, because hedgehogs are solitary animals, that they're probably a brother or sisters or siblings of some kind. anyone who's raided in, if you actually want to see what the garden looks like in daylight, the VODs are available on Twitch, or you can go over to our YouTube channel and see what the garden looks like in daylight. I would show what I look like, but it's pitch black now, so that would seem pretty pointless. I'll just reposition this camera back, and then I'll go back through the chats. And of course, what's happened is that OBS has stopped working on that. So now, hang on a second, I'm just going to reactivate the camera, deactivate, reactivate, so it'll go black for a second. Actually, it looks like it's frozen to me, which means I'm going to have to restart it. So if you don't, I'll just let's just do the comments first. Oh, hang on, no, oh, I found out why now. Is that going to work? Ah, yeah. There you go. It's working now. That's streamer incompetence. Looks like the operator of the camera is the drunk gnome, to be honest. There you go. Stick with that. How will I get rid of that? 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 Yeah. Let's have a look at some of the. Thanks for lurking, Ira. Thanks for the raid. Let's just go back through the comments, see what I've been missing while all the chaos was. While I was trying to look at a drunk gnome. See who else came in on the raid. I do read all the comments afterwards, so. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks, Waterford. Welcome in, Mark. Yeah, we do. Anyone that's new, we are a gardening channel basically. So we do practical gardening. We do general sort of gardening tips, or we do relaxing streams. Just sat watching the garden, watching the wildlife. And we usually live stream Sunday late morning in the UK. But we do bonus streams. This is obviously a bonus stream to try to film the hedgehogs. We ran a stream last year which successfully filmed 0 hedgehogs, so it won't be a surprise if we don't see any. We have had hedgehogs actually living in the garden. I'm not aware that we've got them living in the garden at the moment, so they are coming in from somewhere else. So. Oh, welcome in, Botol. Thanks for coming over for a self transferring raid on YouTube. Formiums, yes, we have formiums in the garden. The one that's by the light there, I think it's a Carex. I think is it Carex or Carex? I think that's what that one is. But we do have phormium certainly down the left-hand side of the garden. It's a pity everyone's raided in when it's pitch black. Thanks for being here, Wheels. If I don't see you, I'll probably see you later in the week. I think there may be some more painting streams coming up. Yeah, so that's what we do really on the channel. We post every day on YouTube and all the other good, bad, and different platforms. We've got our website if you want to know more about us, and we've got some merch stores as well. But everyone knows how all that operates on Twitch and YouTube. So a good starting point is the website. Everything that we run is under the Bear in the Garden username, so you'll find us there. But basically, we cover anything to do with the garden. That's what the channel is. So you'll see all the plants in the garden. We do a garden tour every time we go live. Oh, I beat you to it, Lone. So we do a garden tour every time we go live. We did a quick garden tour tonight while it was still light, because when we started, we watered the garden. We then did the garden tour. We inspected the drunk gnome in daylight, because he was obviously had a long day drinking. He should be working by now, because anyone who's come in, if you don't know the history of garden gnomes, they go back hundreds of years really. They became very popular in Victorian times, and then apparently myth says that they do your gardening at night. So you learn something there. If you want to know more about garden gnomes, we have a short video over on YouTube about garden gnomes, about the myths behind them. So we do everything here. We do the live streaming, and then YouTube's got all sorts of videos. We've got practical gardening videos. We've got sort of folk and myth lore. Dear me, folk and myths. Not folk. Let's get that right, shall we? Folklore and myths about sort of gardens and plants. And then we've got monthly guides and so on. So there's a whole range of stuff on there. We've been on YouTube quite a long time, so and it's I say we have got hopefully a lot of people have been here some time, have managed to acquire their on Twitch, managed to acquire their watch time Hedgehog Watcher emote. Members over on YouTube, if you've come in recently and you hadn't noticed, you've got a Hedgehog emote now as well in your members emote pack. Then Beauty Love Creative is starting to wonder if only the gnome is drunk and it's not just me slurring me words. Well, I can guarantee I'm not drunk, Beauty Love Creative, because I haven't actually had a drink for about God knows 30-something years. So it's not going to be me unless this water that I'm drinking has been spiked with something. Well, spiked. Oh, and Spike was our previous hedgehog from last year. No. What time is it? We're now about an hour and a half past yeah, an hour and a half past sunset, and this is, hedgehogs tend to come out just after sunset and just before sunrise. That's the most active time, and what they're looking for is slugs, snails, things like that. Now, we've learned lots of things about hedgehogs tonight. We found out that lots of other people in chat have got all sorts of different animals in their gardens, because we do have viewers from all over the place. Oh, is that the gnome video? Thanks for finding that, Lone. Can you, Lone, if you could post that on, could you post that link on YouTube if you can? So that's a link to our gnome video, which you can watch afterwards. It's only 3 minutes. Just gives you the basics on your garden gnome. Hello, T-Kid. Thanks for your free stream streak. Yeah. And one of the biggest things on this channel is actually learning from people. This is obviously my garden, but I welcome people in, and the communities come in, and we all learn off each other, really. Some people have gardens, some people don't have gardens. Some people just come here for the company. And we have 2 lovely communities, YouTube and Twitch. Rose Tinted Stitches has got raccoons and coyotes coming down their street. Apologies to anyone who's got the ads. I think there may be a few of you because of the raid. Hopefully you can avoid the ads. I'm just listening at the moment. Just going to turn off the cooling fan on the PC. I thought I heard something. Perhaps not. I think we're just starting to come out of ads on Twitch. Yeah, that should be the ads over for you over on Twitch. Sorry you had to put up with those. We anything that does come into the channel stays within the channel. It's ring fenced in the channel, so if you ever see me doing stuff outside the channel, I'm doing that personally rather than utilising the channel's money. In fact, Rose is actually crocheting Jimothy the raccoon at the moment, and she's got a cat to sleep on her. These cats know what to do with. YouTube's talking about the blooms. Oh, did they come in? Blooms came to visit your place, Botol. They partnered with you for a bit. Well, that's interesting. The Blooms developed Bressingham Gardens. I've been to Bressingham Gardens. They're fantastic. They're fantastic gardens, and they've also got the steam trains there as well. It's a very busy place nowadays. I think. I think the last time I went to Bressingham Gardens was probably 20 years ago now. I suspect it's changed quite a lot nowadays. But it was fantastic even then. I don't know whether it was both the Blooms were into their steam trains or just one of them. Oh, is Jim? Sorry, is Jimothy the raccoon a real raccoon that's terrorising a neighbourhood? Is it? And that's why it's called. That's why you're creating a crochet raccoon called Jimothy. Thanks, Lone. Yeah. So it's no problem, Lone. No problem. You're doing a marvelous. Perhaps Beauty of the Creator is correct. You're doing a marvelous job. Welcome in. Oh, welcome in, Alex, over on YouTube. Oh, he's got Jimothy has short spine syndrome. He's a raccoon that's gone viral because he has short spine syndrome. All right, okay. Never heard of him, but oh, you put there's a picture of him in Dollar's Discord. All right, I'll have a look once I'm finished. Thanks for that, Shara. Perhaps we could get Dollar to do a drawing of Jimothy the raccoon. I'll let you suggest that in your position of power. Um, if anyone wants to see a picture of that Zara's put up, if you're in Discord, look for D.Dollar. I think it's crazy you can see a hedgehog in the garden. We haven't seen one yet tonight. I'm starting to doubt whether we'll see them. We have got the two cameras. The reason we have we've got the top right camera that just looks black at the moment is actually the camera that looks over the tray where their water is. But there's a security light on that, so if they go to that, it'll come on. Yeah, Mark. I have Discord. Yeah, I have a Discord channel. I'll put that up for you if you want to. Have a look. I think it goes to a why do you want to join? Answer 25 questions and sign your life away. But basically, if you put any rubbish in, you'll get in. Yeah, that should work in theory. If you can't get in that way, if you're on Discord, if you just look for Bear in the Garden and all that stuff, you'll find us anyway. We post a lot. We post stuff on Discord quite a bit as well. And that's the same for YouTube. If anyone on YouTube's got Discord, it's a useful tool for streamers and mods and viewers to also interact off stream. Just do a couple of things in the background here for a second. Talking to myself. Just reading to see the comments. Only me over on YouTube's asking, do I have bats in your area? Yes, we do. Could point the camera up and look for bats, but of course, as we know, whenever we try to watch something here, it usually hopelessly fails. I can remember being on holiday once. We actually had a bat fly into the house. So, not actually into the outside of the house, but actually inside the house. Boat Hole has got a couple of breeding bald eagles. Yeah, we were talking about other animals. The biggest birds you get around here are the red kites, which were almost extinct in the UK until recently. We do get some birds of prey in the garden. Mainly, the main thing you get here is sparrowhawks. Oh, thanks, Michael. Yeah, as soon as I'm finished, I'll go into Discord and approve that for you. In fact, I might be able to do that for you now. Let me see if I can do that. See if it usually takes a second to do. Let me just go in and do that for you. Two new messages. Okay, that's the mods doing that. Oh, okay. Oh, T-Kids found us as well. Okay. Let's we'll do both at the same time. Da. Some great ways of proving T-Kid. That's a good way. I won't say What makes you unique? I won't say what your answer was, but that's good enough for me. And then Michael, what makes you unique? Yeah, well, that's a good enough answer as well. So yes, that's done for you, Michael, as well. So you got access to the Discord channel. You'll find lots of stuff that you'll see in other places on there anyway. But welcome in. We do lots of notifications via Discord as well about streams. So you'll find all sorts of bits and pieces on there. So welcome to that. Thanks for doing that. It's just gone 11 o'clock here. We've done 3 hours 44 minutes. I have my suspicions that we're not going to see much. Alex has asked, oh crumbs, we've been raided again. Alex has just asked, are hedgehogs friendly? Not particularly. They either run away or they curl up into a ball. So welcome in Ping the Net. Yes, you've been approved as well, T-Kid, because your answer was good enough as to why you're unique. Welcome in Ping the Net. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the garden, which is pitch black at the moment. We are Hedgehog. I'm going to try to say that again. Hedgehog watching or not. We ran a stream last Wednesday where we literally finished, and half an hour later, while I was sat just sort of tidying up and watching the stream being raided, we had 2 hedgehogs come in the garden. We ran a hedgehog stream last year where, again, we didn't see a hedgehog. So we've been on now, coming up 4 hours, and we haven't seen a hedgehog yet. So we know there are 2 around. Thanks for all the follows. Welcome in Pixelated Protocol. Neil Bog. Is that Neil Boggrim? So we've so basically we've been looking out for hedgehogs. We are, just to introduce myself, obviously you can't see me because it's pitch black. I'm otherwise known as Bear. This is the Bear in the Garden channel. We do basically everything and anything to do with the garden. If you want to see the garden in daylight, if you go back to the beginning of this stream or catch up on the VOD afterwards. Hello, Mamaloons. You can go back to the beginning of this, or if you drop onto any of the previous VODs we've got on Twitch or onto our YouTube channel. We're predominantly a YouTube channel. That's where most of our content is, but we dual stream YouTube and Twitch. So you'll find that, and you'll find the garden tours. We always do a garden tour when we go live. We did a garden tour at the beginning of the stream. So if you actually want to see what the garden looks like in daylight and what I look like in real life, you'll find that there. You'll find tons and tons of content. Plus we're on all the other good, bad and indifferent platforms. Oh, Ping the Nets, yeah, seen it in the daylight. Yeah, very nice. It is struggling a bit at the moment because we're getting on for nearly 2 months now without any rain. I'm okay, Mamaloons. You had a good day streaming? We're zoomed in on this little section here, which is just outside the window here. And in the top right-hand corner, we've got what looks like a black screen. But that's actually where the water tray is for the hedgehogs. And so if the security light comes on, you'll see them there. But this is the best sort of view, and we know the hedgehogs come backwards and forwards across here. So that's why we're looking here. But generally, I've got the door open at the moment. Generally, I'd hear them before I can see them. Thanks, thanks, Victoria. Thanks for dropping in. Yes, we do great wildlife streams here. Last year's hedgehog stream saw 0 hedgehogs. Our bird watching stream, there were 3 birds in an hour. It was a very wet day, admittedly. There were 3 birds in the hour, and I missed 2 on the camera. So chat only got to see 1 bird in an hour on a bird watching stream. What I'll do was not a lot on. We have got a drunken gnome lying on the floor, down to the bottom left, but he's asleep at the moment. I'll just zoom out a little bit on the camera. Ping the Net's asking where are you located? We are in northern England. If anyone knows England, the nearest place of any significance would be York. We're not just outside York. So if you don't know England, you've got London down the bottom, Scotland up the top, and York would be halfway between the two. Basically, it's northern England, on the eastern side of England. The description describes us as a Warwickshire bear because the bear is the emblem of Warwickshire, and that's where I'm from originally. And that's why I don't sound like I come from Yorkshire. So that's where we are. It is basically, we're in a small town, large village, just outside York. And it's sort of a semi-suburban, semi-rural place. So you do get stuff coming in from the farmers' fields, but we have got houses around us as well. So it's a pretty typical suburban garden, really. Not that you can see it at the moment, but it's about, the back garden is about, I think we measured it out, it's about 25 metres long by 15, 20 metres wide. So it's not a huge area, but we throughout the year we live stream and we show sort of sowing seeds through to planting them, right through to growing them and planting them, and then just looking after the garden. And then on the YouTube channel you've got practical gardening videos right through to folklore videos about gardens and plants, and then some more fun videos as well. We don't take the gardening too serious here. We're not a professional gardener. We're just a hobby gardener that happens to be slightly older and been around a bit longer. So it's and it's a channel where people can just drop into the garden, and we do streams where we watch the sky, we watch fireworks, we watch storms, basically anything and everything that we can see from the garden or in the garden. That's the simple description of it. And I say it is my garden, but it's also chat's garden as well. Lots of people in chat don't have gardens, so it's quite nice to come in and see what happens in a garden and watch someone else do the hard work. And occasionally you see me crawling around on the floor, planting stuff. So I'll just pan around a little bit and tilt up. So you're right down the front. So that's looking down the garden. So you've got the solar lights down the garden at the moment. On the right hand side we've got a raised pond. You can't really see very well at the moment. But say if you want to know more about it, you can have a look what we've got in the garden. We've got probably thousands of different flowers in the garden over the year. We sow and pot up about somewhere between 700 and 800 plants a year for the garden. And then we've got a lot of perennial plants in the garden as well. So there's a whole mix, so you can take your choice where you want to know more about the garden. Plus we've got a website as well, which needs a bit more work doing to it, but like everything, it's a good idea that you do a bit on and then come back to it. So you're looking down the central part of the garden. We've got a centre bed down the middle of the grass. We've got 2 walkways, you can just about see left and right. And then we've got flower beds on the left, flower beds on the right with the pond. And then we've got an arch, and then the lights you can see in the distance are down the bottom where we've got the fruit trees and the greenhouse and the veg patch. And there's a seating area down there. So we do all sorts of stuff. But I say we don't take it too seriously. We try to run the channel as seriously and as professional as possible in what we actually do, streaming wise. But yeah, that's night sky here at the moment. But the actual content we produce is a mix of everything, and we do relaxing. Sometimes we just focus on a single plant and just put some background music on and leave it running for a while, and people can just sit and relax with it. So we've done all sorts of stuff here. We did a nighttime stream and caught a comet, a shooting star on camera. I'm just panning around. So panning around to the right of the back garden. So the big tree there is actually a bay tree. So and the way you're looking there is out towards the northeast at the moment. So at the moment that's where the sun's rising over in that distance. And then we pan around this way. There's a big cherry tree. And then some plants in the neighbour's garden. So it's obviously very different during the. I'm just going to lower the camera down. It's obviously very different in the daytime, and we live stream every Sunday. So if you want to join a live stream actually in the daylight, we're here. We usually start about 11 o'clock Sunday morning, UK time, and we're on for 2 or 3 hours on a Sunday. I'm just going to bring the camera back down to the. And the reason we're looking at this area of the garden is this is where the hedgehogs usually cross backwards and forwards. But we're 2 hours on now from sunset, and the hedgehogs are usually busiest just after sunset and just before sunrise. So I'm starting to have my doubts whether we'll see anything tonight. Well, welcome in. Helenis, hopefully that's right. Narbog, just check the YouTube channel. Garden looks awesome. Yeah, the YouTube channel's got loads and loads of stuff on it. So we've been going for quite some time on YouTube, and we're actually that's a very good. No, that's just reminding me about something that doesn't apply tomorrow. And we try to produce the best level of content we can do on everything we do. So just reading the comments. I do, if I have missed anything, I do apologise. I do go back and read all the comments afterwards. Yeah, Bowtie was talking about phormiums. The phormiums have done quite well this year. Yeah. The biggest problem for anyone coming in new is the fact that we haven't really had any rain here for 8 weeks. We've had 2 thunderstorms in 8 weeks, and everything is bone dry here at the moment. We actually had an official drought here last year. This year's been very odd. We had a very wet and mild winter. We only had, I think, 5 or 6 frosts through the winter this year, and about 1 centimetre of snow. It was just wet and mild. Spring and summer have been quite early here this year. The garden isn't looking as good as it would be normally this time of the year because it's just literally so dry. Some things haven't worked. The veg patch has been a disaster this year. We've got no apples this year. We've got lots of pears, but they're not very big because there's no moisture for the trees to get them growing. Really, it's just it's just a case of survival in the garden at the moment, just keeping stuff alive. We're watering every morning, and sometimes in the evening. And just to cheer us up, it's now going to be hotter for the next few days in the UK. So if anyone's got any more questions, please put them in the chat. I'll do a few waffly bits. We'll see if anyone else has got any more questions. I'll say the next live we'll definitely be doing will be Sunday late morning, our usual time, about 11 o'clock UK time, both YouTube and Twitch. YouTube, you've got your normal content, you've got your lunchtime videos tomorrow and Thursday, and your premiere on Saturday evening, plus all your shorts that you usually get. There'll be all the daily postings on all the other bits and pieces, the social media stuff. You know all about that. The website has got various, you can connect to various things, including our merch shops. And that's about it, really. One thing we always do is, are you still here, Beauty Love Creative? One thing we always try to do at the end of the stream is that when we started doing lives properly, I mean, we've been doing lives for, I think it's about 3 years now, but since we've been doing them on a weekly basis, we had a large number of Dutch-speaking viewers. I don't know, it's beauty. I'm just seeing if. No, it looks. No, they were here a little bit ago. Oh, you are still here, Beauty Love Creative. Have you got a Dutch word of the day? So we always have someone suggest a Dutch word of the day where I'm always challenged to actually pronounce the Dutch word, and I always get it hopelessly wrong, which they find hilariously funny and quite often then clip and then play back to me. Hello, Addy. Yeah, Dutch word for the evening. It's almost next day. Dutch word for the next day. Addy's just asked, how do I feel about bugs, flies, bees, butterflies and slugs in the garden? Well, some of them are very useful. Bees, butterflies. Not all butterflies, because some of them eat your cabbages. Bugs and flies I'm not overly keen with, but it is part of the ecosystem. And at the end of the day, I'm part of the ecosystem as well. So slugs, not a great fan of slugs, and that's why I like the hedgehogs, because they like to come along and eat. Slugs and snails. Chives are a great companion, yeah. We have got quite a few herbs around the garden as well. Why has Stream Elements deleted that message? Don't know. Too many symbols, was it? See, it's Stream. It shouldn't be doing that. Stream Elements. It's not set to do that. I think for symbols and emotes and so, it's supposed to be on 20 or something. So I don't know. Right. Okay. We're going to attempt the Dutch word of the day. Everyone can have a go at this. The Dutch word for good night. Well, I can do the last bit, which I assume is nacht. So the problem with the Dutch pronunciation, it's very difficult to know how long to make the O and the E. So it's something like good and nacht. I'll go for good and nacht. It's probably good and nacht, but as I say, it usually the main purpose of that is to entertain the crowd. Certainly our Dutch viewing crowd. Oh, I got it right. What good? Is it good and nacht, or is it good and or good and nacht? Is it one or two? I'm confused now because I said it both ways. Yeah, you see, number one. Okay, right. Well, there you go. Got it right. First time Beauty Love created. There's always a first time. There's a lot of people in the chats, so it's more difficult to say good night to people individually. But so I'll say a general good night. I will raid us out on Twitch. I know there's a lot of people here on Twitch who have come across from the sort of IRL community, so I'll send you across to someone else who's doing IRL, who I also watch as well. They've actually got daylight, so you'll be able to see what they're doing. If I get any coverage of hedgehogs over the next few days, I will post it in the usual places. Thank you to everyone over on YouTube who's watched. Thank you to everyone over on Twitch who's been watched, everyone who's raided in. Thanks to, in fact, I'll actually check on Twitch because I know there were some gift subs given on Twitch. So I will actually check that. There have been a lot of follows as well, by the looks of it. So thank you for everyone who's followed. It is appreciated. Thanks to the raids from Ping the Net and from Ira as well. Anyone who doesn't know Ira, it's Ira_Abba. Let me just let's check. I know there was some bits from Rabbit or Fox, and I think it was Healy did the let's just check. I think it was Healy who did the gifted subs as well. Did a gifted sub. Let me just check that. Yeah, Healy did the 1 month sub for Rabbit or Fox. Yeah, then Rabbit or Fox did a giant emoji as well. So thanks for those. I say thanks for everyone who's been here. Sorry we haven't had any actual hedgehogs, but at least we're consistent in our ability at not finding any hedgehogs on stream. We might try this again in due course, but I say I'll try to capture something. We have got a night cam we can put out and see if we can capture them probably first thing in the morning now. So we'll be back on Sunday. I'm going to set up this raid on Twitch to raid us out. Thanks to the mods, thanks to especially Rabbit or Fox and to Lone. Lone's did a marvellous job tonight. So much thanks to Lone for that. I'll probably see everyone in various different places over the next few days. I'm going to set up the raid now. To entertain you while we're waiting for the raid to go through, I could put the thanks for watching screen up, but why don't we put the BRB screen up? Obviously we won't be back under the BRB screen, but at least the BRB screen will provide you some light entertainment for a minute or so while I set up the raid. Enjoy the raid, say hello to where we're going over to. I'll leave it as a surprise. rather than tell you exactly where we're going. Enjoy that, and I'll see everyone soon, hopefully. Enjoy the BRB nonsense, and take care.